happens. Everyone wants to save the world. They just disagree on how.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Muted. It should not be muted anymore. No, it's deluxe word though.
Follow here.
Where is it taking me across? It started somewhere from here.
A fateful offering.
Yeah, that was a fun ride. What is that? Whoa. Can I hunt that?
Transfixed.
No. You ran away? Oh, no, wait, does she hurt herself? Oh, but yeah, I read something about her. Oh yeah, something I have to send her. Spectral. I hate those guys. Hinzu was the worst place to go for that. I don't have the small fucking ones. That's annoying. It's so fucking annoying. Thank you, Lisa. I should. Fuck, I am not keeping track. 26, that's a lot. 28, that's a lot. 21. I need to fucking collect more frogs. Ah, for Senora, that's nice. You don't even fucking need it for Senora. Acting like a fucking pussy. It's fine. I mean, not, it's not like pussy, not that, but, you know. Acting so scared. I can't. Hate that shit. What is this one? I need to see the first one. Or I think so. The original ones have the real lore behind them. Yeah, they really do have the lore. That's fun. It looks fun. Hi viewer on Twitch. If you can hear me, please tell me. I'm not sure if my mic is working good or not and all that. But welcome. I don't remember what I was doing. I made a lot of coins. Where did I come from? Oh yeah, cookie. I wanted to. What was it? Oh, I can't make these, right? These are the basic ones. Shit. No, I can't make them. Sorry. But I'll still farm them. Yeah. Not a lot. What if suits her personality, Dory. She tries to save us money. Thank you, Dory.
Earning an advance.
What do I need? I'm not investing that right now. Need a little bit more. What is this? Is it today? It is today. Which one is this? Let's see again. Guide of Elegance. I just wanna Google who else uses Guides of Elegance. Elegance. I don't know what you mean by its effects. It increases talents. It's used for Ito, Ayaka, Sara, and the Traveler. Electro Traveler, I'm never gonna use. Kojo Sara. Oh, that sounded so fun. Kojo Sara. Oh, she is already so. Not high. Okay, that's consolation. Fuck, I should build her. I mean, she is 7% building. Right, the shelter. This? Yeah. Huh. This looks more fun. I have that enhancement, right? I'm just not using it? Yeah. I'm more of a collector. Yeah, cookie, you can wait. Actually, I have something fucking good artifacts for her. Right. Yeah, yeah, I don't need health.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
Okay, yeah. Building a fucking new team, let's go.
I can't
Oh, dude, look.
promise you'll like what you see.
And you are being replaced by...
Let's do this.
What should I try?
Okay, no. Is she, I don't think that she's an element mastery build, right? Yeah, she's not. Can I get a small refresher of what she does? Fully choice. And granting active character within its AoE and active attack bonus. Okay, so I have to build her attack. Okay. Attack bonus. Well, I need artifacts, yeah. So I need to give her attack shit. So which is... I don't like to take stuff from Ganyu. I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, this is your shit, right? Oh yeah, the suits are also. I think it's made for her. Inazuma shit. Wait. No. Is it like this? Ganyu, if you hold this? That's so rude. It should change the... Okay. Now, you're saying this because of the weapon also, right? Do I have more of this? I do. Oh no, that's just one of them. This is craftable bow, right? Is it? Can someone confirm this for me, please? What is it? What the fuck? She just does like 60. Okay. She sounds fun. Artifacts, yes. I just give her attack and electro. Attack. Yeah. Give Baidu some shit. Why not? Yunjin is nice right now. I like that. I need some husk pieces for her to actually properly have fun with it. First flower. How many pieces do you have? Two. What's a crit situation right now? Focus on crit rate. Jean. Sorry. Oh yeah, this is attack percentage, so that's nice. Oh, perfect. Oh, I'm pretty sure I built it for her only. That's fine. So she's not supposed to crit. She's supposed to give attack bonus. Okay, I'll just play one video about... sorry. Oh yeah, this is attack percentage. So that's nice. Oh, perfect. Oh, I'm pretty sure I've milled it for her. Lol, I was watching myself. Yeah, my voice is a bit low, but it's... I tried Genshin Impact because okay, what are we gonna... Kill you. So, dummies to Kojo Sara, that sounds fun. Let's watch.
Kujo, who's going to get a return in her banner, which is the Rain Shogun, and the Aito banner coming up very, very soon. Now, a lot of people will be picking her up for the first time or getting some constellations and don't know what to do with her. So, we're going to be talking about Sara today. So, we're going to be talking about Sara in her Sara's Guide. Character and how she works. So let's get right into it. So her first talent is going to be her normal attack talent. This talent does not matter whatsoever. It's nice to look at, doesn't do a lot of damage, but not anything that's important, so we're going to be skipping for that. Her next talent is going to be her skill, which is her buff. Now you can think of it as like a Bennett buff, but it lasts a lot less. Like this is a very, very small timer, which is 6 seconds. So you will have 6 seconds on buff. It is a very big buff and will scale based on your base attack, which is of course leveling up her to 90 is going to get her as much protection as you can, and having the highest base attack weapon will help her buff even more. For an example, we are at 1,618 attack. With her buff, we are going to be getting a 2,240 attack. See, that's a big buff, and this is based on her weapon. Now her other talent is going to be her ult. Now her ult does the same thing as her skill, which allows you to get buffed. Now these cannot stack. This does a lot of damage, as you will see in the demo behind me, but this does a lot of damage, can extend the buff by the same timer, so it won't go like 6 plus 6, because that's the amount of time the attack is, but it'll just be 6 and reset it back to 6 if you do the ult right after the buff, which is something that you really want to do, the buff then the ult. You'll still have the buff timer for your other teammates. Other than that, let's talk about her skill a little bit longer, because her skill is the main part of her kit. It is a little clunky, like you want a lot of constellations to be able to make this very, very good, but to make it very usable and make her a little bit smoother to play, you don't need that many constellations. Like I said, it is scaled off her base attack, and it gives the attack bonus of 80% at a level 11. This is constellations. Alright, so and the attack bonus is very short, so you want to make sure you get everything done that you need to get done very, very quick. Now, the one thing with Sara is that her skill is a little bit complicated. Her skill is going to have separate, I guess you could say, not animations, but parts of her kit.
I want to see this. I want to compare someone else's build with mine. I've never done that. Okay, mine has a lot less attack. Is she using her proper stuff? I guess I never took stuff from you, huh? What is her attack? Yeah, his attack is much more than me. And if I give you that back, how do you...
locked behind constellations. When you use Sara's skill, please ignore the things that fall on the ground, as this is part of her constellation. We will talk about this very soon. But once you play with Sara and use a little backstep which comes from her skill, she will get a really fast charge shot. Now this charge shot is going to be the buff. You're going to shoot it close to the ground, and the AoE that it shoots out is going to be the buff. Now that buff is going to severely, and I mean severely, impact your attack, because it's going to be a very big attack from 1.6 to around 2.2k. It's a pretty big buff to your attack. Now it is going to feel a little bit clunky without constellations, as she will only be able to access the charge shot of this buff, so you will have to take the time to backstep, shoot it at the ground, wait for it to proc, and then it will give you the buff. Now with constellations, which we're going to be talking about in a second, these are going to severely make it so much better to play with Sara, a lot more smoother, and also buff it even more. But before we get into the constellations, let's get into the weapon. The weapon, the Skyward Harp, is your very best weapon because of the high base attack it has. It also gives crit rate and crit damage, which is really good. Another weapon that's really good is the elegy for the end. This gives energy recharge, has a high base attack, so you can't go anything wrong with that. It also provides buffs from its passive. And other than that, you can use Moyni's Moon to help with the her burst, making it hit a little bit harder. It has high base attack. Other than that, if you don't have any of these options, the Favonius Warbow does energy recharge and also provides. So you kind of want to throw whatever weapon you have that has high base attack, or just go ahead and throw Favonius Warbow in order to generate some energy for the team if you do this. Now, leaving the weapons. Now, for Sara's artifacts, we are going to be running the Emblem of Severed Fate set. This is going to be helping her burst hit harder, give her some energy recharge to be able to burst more often. Because remember, the burst is the buff itself. It can extend it by the same duration. So if it's losing a couple seconds and you get used to now for her, you're going to be running the standard DPS build if you want to do damage. You can make her burst more often with the ER Sands, but me personally, I just run the attack. You're going to be going the crit rate, crit damage to our substats. Of course, prioritizing ER, crit rate, crit damage over everything else, because nothing else really helps you that much, especially in the department of elemental mastery and all those other substats. You're going to be wanting purely crit rate, crit damage ER. Now, stacking straight attack on her will not make her buff higher, because it's just and only based on her base attack, which is the attack you get from leveling her up, and the weapon. That's all it is. So do not plan on giving her attack percent circlet, attack percent goblet, and attack percent sands. That will not increase your buff. So please just rock ER sands or attack sands, whichever one you can get your hands on. And crit rate, crit damage, ER substat artifact. You do not have to build her heavily, because she just needs a good weapon and her skill leveled up. So you do want to love her skill and then her ults, and then leave her normal attack alone, because you will not. Alright, so now we're going to be talking about the constellations. For her constellation, it really does change Sara a whole bit, because C2, C6 are going to be her major constellations that you'll be going for. Now we're going to be talking about her constellations and how a lot of these constellations will be helping her throughout your time playing with Sara, and it will make her feel a lot better to play with. So let's go ahead and start with C1. Her C1 basically allows the cooldown of her skill to be shortened whenever somebody gets the attack bonuses. Another thing is C2 is her milestone and one of her biggest constellations. This makes her a lot more smoother, a lot more easier to play, and have the rotations go a lot smoother. So instead of just having the charge attack buff that you throw down, and it being, the fast charge attack and the buff on the ground, wait for it to pop and then you get your buff, you will use your backstep and it will instantly drop it. This makes it so much easier, so much faster to get all what you need to be done before it actually happens. So you do the backstep, you switch, and then you have all your stuff done, you start going crazy with your characters. So having that C2.
Sorry, I just saw your message. I was looking through a guide of Sara. I really forgot how to play her. And I remembered that I have 6 constellations, so I was like going through it. What about you? And yeah, I just basically want to buff my father a bit more.
Time to go.
I should not. Oh, no, she just died.
The wind knows me. Order guide you. Stabilize.
Strike!
Did she get the buff? Oh, she missed it. It's fast enough.
Quiver!
Does it give electro? Are you interested in seeing something? I have a pretty good father build. I think so, at least according to me right now. I have her weapon. I want to build it, but I just don't have the small ones. I forgot to pre-farm it. But yeah, besides that, I have a few characters. I just came back into Genshin after a long while. And yeah, I was building Kuki before it. And like the new, I just like the electro. It's fun. Okay, now, where is... Oh, there it is. I'm new into this streaming. This is like one of my first few streams. I think I'm supposed to ask you to please follow me so I can try to improve and get better at it. Oh, come on.
Time to go.
Which one is the next one? Oh, I'm sorry to ask, but are you still there? Just asking. Oh yeah, no problem.
Rings a small.
Laid bare.
Oh, when did I switch over? It looks so cool. Oh, look at the red glow that's going through the weapon. Oh my god. So sexy. I need a little bit more crit for her when I use that one. But it's nice. I don't know, I think so I missed some electro series over there. I don't know where they are. I don't know why I'm roaming around here. I should be doing the story. I should be doing
Strike!
Wind
I
strike.
Solidify.
Storm the front! Quiver!
No! I missed it. Shit.
This battle.
No. And do this and do this. Yes. That's all I have to fucking do.
Who is a big change in her kit. It makes her a lot more smoother, makes the rotations a lot faster. C2 is what you really want to strive for. It's one of her best constellations in my opinion. Trumps a lot of her constellations but C6, but C6 is a game breaker, which we'll be talking in a quick second. C3 is going to be making her ult hit harder. Her C4 is going to be making her ult pulse 2 more times. As you can see from the demo behind me, I do have her ult using, and it will be 4 at the start, but with C4 you will be getting 6, so 2 more instances of lightning spreading out will happen when you get C4. C5 is going to buff her skill, which is going to increase her buff ratio, and then the C6 is going to be her number 1, her best constellation, because of how OP it is, and it is increasing the crit damage of electro damage when by 60%. So when you use her skill that you have C2 by now, if you have C6, you instantly get 60 crit damage for a short amount of time. So pairing that up with Raiden Shogun, who will be on the banner as well, is going to be a big game changer. You can use other characters like Xeno, be on the instantly get 60 crit damage that you have C2 by now. If you have C6, you instantly get 60 crit damage for a short amount of time. So pairing that up with Raiden Shogun, who will be on the banner as well, is going to be a big game changer. You can use other characters like Xeno, other characters that have electro damage that they can use in a short instance. They will be able to use Sara's buff in a very
The campaign begins.
So C6 is going to be a really cool constellation. Makes your units hit way more harder. But other than that, C2 is what you really want to strive for, because it does make the back step instantly give you the buff. It just makes it a lot more easier to play Sara, a lot more faster to play Sara. So just remember, her weapon needs to have high base attack. Other than that, her C2 is really good. Really makes her kit really whole, makes her feel complete. And then other than that, just level up the skill. You don't have to do the ult, but her ult does hit pretty hard. But the skill is the most important thing about her. It will help Raiden do so much more damage if you ever see C6 as well. So that is going to be the Solace Guide for Dummies. Hopefully that helped everyone.
More confused. I wish someone would talk. Why does it have to be by both?
Hey everyone, it's Sevi. So I've been seeing many questions in the comment section asking about a certain aspect about Sara's kit, and sometimes I see comments that misunderstand her talents or constellations, which is perfectly fine because I know that Sara's kit is a bit more complicated than Genshin's early characters and there's more to wrap our heads around. This video is going to quickly answer 6 frequently asked questions about Kujo Sara's kit. This is to help clear up misconceptions, and it's more convenient and definitive to answer those questions with the visual evidence to show alongside it. And if you know someone who has the same questions, just show them the relevant parts in this video. If you want to learn more about using or building Sara, feel free to check out my other. This is the most common misconception I see, and the simple answer is no, it does not in any way whatsoever. If you read her burst talent, it says that the attack bonus given is the same as the elemental skill Tengu Storm Call. some also seem to think that when you unlock her C6, which gives an additional 60% crit damage to electro damage dealt, it only applies when you use her burst. But reading the C6 description carefully, nothing here says that, right? To prove that, let's watch the next clips. For the first set, on the left is Sarah using her skill to buff Raiden, on the right is Sarah using her burst to buff Raiden. And here's Raiden's damage on her initial slash. So at first glance, you can see that when I buff Raiden with the burst, the damage is higher. Does that mean I'm wrong? Well, it's because upon using Sarah's burst, she's generated resolve stacks for Raiden. Zooming in, you can see Raiden having almost half of her max stacks. This means that Raiden's burst will deal more damage. It's Raiden here that makes the difference, not Sarah. Maybe this is the source of confusion for some players. So let's test this with another Electro character. Our new volunteer is Fischl. Same setup as before. As you can see, both the non-crit and crit damage are similar. Case solved. So we can put this to rest. It doesn't matter if you use her burst or skill, it doesn't matter if you C6 or not, they will give the exact same buff. Period. Question 2. Does Sarah C6 snapshot? No, it doesn't. C6 does not snapshot because it doesn't give the buff character.
There is no escape! Strike! Inazuma shines eternal!
What am I doing?
Illusion
I'm doing
shattered.
it totally wrong.
Stabilize.
Shine down! Flash!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! This is order. Gather!
Glory to the Shogun! Torn to oblivion!
Ah, come on!
Illusion shattered!
I hate you. Fucking, I know it.
It's not eternal.
It's still such a small one.
I'm not watching it. Other people are. What? Why am I still here? What the fuck?
The mortal plane of fleeting dream.
Fine, I'll avenge you. Because I want it. Shit, I used something I was not supposed to use.
Gather! I will have order!
Shine down!
Oh no, I want to collect this. Sayu uses this, right? I don't want to build Sayu. Sorry, Sayu, but I don't want to build you. Kola uses it? No, sure, the fuck uses it. Farzan? I haven't seen her in story yet. No one does it. I don't know what shit about it. I just wanted to take revenge for Raiden. That has been taken. First of all, fix your team. Hi Raiden. Bye Raiden.
An insurmountable problem, I presume.
Oh shit. No. Okay. Now, what were we doing? I wanted to do a story. Okay. Oh, this is even more annoying. Hostages? The fuck are we doing? There are more and more Yes, father, let's wait for these insubordinate fools and crazy people. God knows.
You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you want to come with us?
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I want to be there to bring Grandpa home.
Okay, let's go then.
He should not
Dia,
be coming with
wait.
us.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more of that today, understood? Or I'll be very upset with you.
Fine.
Whoa, that is far. Damn. Okay. They really did expect us to, you know, slow the whole ass down. Damn. Looks like I'm getting into deep shit. Oh, this is good. Who's attacking me?
Overruled.
Oh, fuck.
Laid bare.
Into the wind.
Again.
LOL.
Looks like I went too far.
Yeah.
Solidify.
Oh no! I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry.
Overruled.
I was trying to climb on top of you. I know that doesn't sound nice for you, but I meant it in a good way. Fuck.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Time to go.
I need to go very far back.
Excellent. These spoils will boost morale.
Hey, fine, take it. Just give me the signals. Is that alive?
Transfixed. Overruled.
Whoa! What just happened? Whoa. Okay. That was cool. Oh, that is how I'll get to. Oh, that is cool.
Laid bare.
Lol. Fuck, I'm stuck. No. 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 Fuck me. Come on. I did nothing to deserve that.
Crumble! One with nature.
Oh, that worked. But I know the bug.
Overruled.
No, it did not happen. Am I supposed to do it from far? I don't remember. Wait, fucking 2 seconds.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
Laid bare.
God knows how to fucking. I have recordings twice.
They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although, you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one of them?
Rahman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word. What's this about?
It's a one-for-one exchange. Sounds fair, don't you think? Or let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compromise on my part. Don't you think you've asked enough?
You stay right there!
Yay, Astra. Come on. They gave her the... Okay, I think so canonly everyone just has bad one.
Boy, mate! What do you think you're doing?
Grandpa!
Don't you see this blade here?
It's a cool blade.
You coward! Why are your hands shaking? Wait a second! It's a earthquake!
Fuck. At least Paimon was trying to do something.
Paimon's dizzy.
Oh, it's $70.
This day's going just great.
What a nuisance. The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said, it may well have been the remains of Lesser Lord Kusanali's power inside the scholar's body. The Dendro Archon. The present one.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no. He's getting confused again.
Hey, look around you.
There used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dune collapsed, it exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to King Deshret's civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, the sandstorms completely buried it and left it in the state we see now. It could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise King Deshret!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask me. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got off lightly.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the way to his sacred palace.
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
As it happens, I want to take a look inside too.
Yeah, me too.
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, remnants of King Deshret's civilization appear. Two major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame not to witness them both.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being, or creature, you could say. New discoveries are always worth investigating. Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither here nor there.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. King Deshret will take care of his people. Right now, I'm going inside.
Grandpa?
Contract.
This is order.
Oh, I wish they could have seen this. I know, HP percent. That's fine. What? How do I enter it? Oh. Do I need a cryo? if I only had. Oh, forgot. Who had Diona? Fine.
Leave it to me.
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the outside. Yet, it flows with energy inside.
Yeah! And there's so many plants. It's so pretty!
Sir Rahman.
Huh? Me?
Do you see another Rahman here?
Are you mocking me? What do you mean, sir?
Interpret it however you want, but there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from King Deshret's civilization, the energy that flows in here is that of the Dendro Archon.
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about.
Oh,
think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an explanation.
Okay, Diona. You do have the forward, yes, Arbor. That is, I think, so your best in slot. And I have enough. Fine, fuck it. Why the fuck not? I have no other thing to do. Kylie, I'll remember you. You just came and you said hi. You didn't wait for me to reply. That hurt me. Oh, this is also C6. Fuck. She gives a nice element mastery boost. Huh? What is the recommended? Do I have enough? Chia. Creode me. I need to remember to build her. Her shield is based on HP, right? Yeah. People run HP also over here only. Do I have any HP percentage? I do. Yeah, this is nice. I don't remember who I took the cryo from. No, 21,000. Oh, okay. Give a shot. Okay. I'm not sure if I actually wanted something. Whoa. It's cool. Anubis.
Overruled. Into the wind.
Oh yes, that's on the 6%. Bound of life waste for nothing.
Laid bare. One with nature.
Shake it and stick.
Oh no.
Strike.
Can't sit still when there's an option behind it. Okay. Whatever. Maybe from there. What's here? Giving me a false glimpse. Okay, buddy. Enough with the fucking convoluted. What is that, brother? I don't like being shown around places.
The wind knows me.
This is fucking 24,000 is non-crit. It's not fair. Oh, you just fucking went over. No, don't take me. Why would you take me? Come back now. Please find the chips. Please find the fucking chips. The main reason I sent you was the chips.
Overruled. One with nature.
Sketch.
Quiver.
Now what? Oh wait, what? Start on. I'm high, so I'll take time to understand it. Elevator will descend to the ground. Get on top to it before it starts ascending again to reach the dome. Okay. Send it down. Ah, there's a second elevator. Okay.
Laid bare.
Finally, someone fucking bigger.
Into the wind.
Shake it, hands!
70k, that's fine. First shot. Oh. Okay. Oh, they keep changing. Okay. So confused. Are you still changing? Yes, you are. Is there another one for you? Or I have to make them same. Okay, that makes much more sense. Don't please. Thank you. Don't please. One more time. Thank you. Now I just have to wait. What will happen? Ah, fuck. Seriously? Okay, that is annoying. Oh, no way. It's taking me underground. No mind.
Now that's a sight to see. King Deshret's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of King Deshret.
Whoa. That's cool.
It's getting brighter. Oh, it looks so beautiful.
I know, right? So beautiful. So beautiful. Look at her eyes.
Wait. What's that?
My head is aching.
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are King Deshret runes.
They left something behind. Yes. It's an elegy written in an ancient script.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration.
You can read ancient King Deshret script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The elemental energy here is too concentrated. The scent of life. Is it trying to tell us something?
Is this it?
Analyzing.
Lol. It's a system.
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from King Deshret's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the Academia's rules?
Yes. However, under the circumstances, I'd prefer you to see this for yourself. You'll understand after watching it.
Yeah, another cutscene.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. King Deshret brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for greater Lord Rukkhadevata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping King Deshret to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child.
Oh, she is.
How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
The priest's memories.
No, impossible.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So the former Dendro Archon and King Deshret were never enemies at all.
But this doesn't make any sense. The Dendro Archon's followers, they're clearly...
Was that the former Dendro Archon? She became so
She is the
tiny.
current Lesser Lord Kusanali.
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt King Deshret's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this before. The surviving followers of King Deshret all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. We refused to believe any of the rumors. King Deshret's death The all but total annihilation of our civilization. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor. Who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us humans. Fighting, feuding.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to believe that after all these years, all this time seeking revenge, suddenly now my enemy is my savior?
Raman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of yourself.
Dia, tell me, my Aramites and I, what are we even fighting for?
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live. Thanks.
If we fucking allow you.
I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. You'll get everything you're asking for. But please, give me some time. After everything that's happened here today, somehow I need to explain it to the others.
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow. I'll return every last one of your mad...
You seem to finally understand that...
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone. It's the people responsible for all this that need to face the consequences of their action.
That must have been rough, but...
Ramon's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in King Deshret. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
The outcome, at least, is favorable.
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice... long sleep. We'll need all our energy tomorrow.
Do you feel your lineage?
Stop yelling.
But this is a story to us, yeah. I mean, yeah, we have that Setos thing gonna happen, right? It has to happen sooner or later. Well, Diona, it was fun while it lasted. And I'll use you for a little more. The shield fucking lasts way too small.
Raman?
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the...
I guess all I can say now is...
Don't mention it. I think we can both agree you went to hell and back for it. But we share a common cause now. From here on out, we're allies.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them. Follow me.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No.
We've been all over the desert trying to find you!
That's right.
General Mahamatra. Oh, my accent actually helps.
General Mahamatra? No, no! Make it quick, please!
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turn pale like they've seen a ghost!
You should have known that I would be coming for you.
Wait, we were just following orders. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all this by ourselves.
No, not Sino.
I could do worse.
Please have mercy.
Start talking. Otherwise...
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently. What?
They, wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. They extract divine canned knowledge. Then what?
I really don't know how to explain it.
Well, you better start talking or you'll be sorry.
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh? That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor.
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now.
Take their Akashas first,
right.
but stupid.
The academia is working
Doctor
on an
can
important
control.
and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like, if only Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was still with us.
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis, and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The Doctor was previously expelled from the Academia.
Okay.
At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, everyone's expression changed. He asked them, "Do you wish to create a god?"
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Seb-Zerus with the Doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency. They were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis and convert it into a divine core. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they needed a huge quantity of divine canned knowledge.
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the Scholar's Madness for centuries, but to no avail. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what if it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to create another one?
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This forced them to accept that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata had indeed passed away. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's Gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
So, this is the path the sages have chosen.
Alright, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these 2 scholars, they're coming too.
Sure, as you wish.
Okay. Oh, what happened to the kid? Baldir. No, pronounces that.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The 2 new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
The atmosphere is so heavy. Hey! Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about?
Or I can go fetch.
Oh! Payments!
Do you have any plans, traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
Even though we lived through all of this firsthand, it still feels super.
What a whirlwind of a story. Felt like I was holding my breath the whole time.
It seems like there'll be more issues to face in the days ahead than I had anticipated.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Raman's joined us, we'll be an even stronger team.
It's time to make a plan.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense. We cannot allow it to continue.
So, everyone, are we on the same page?
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what other—
The next time we gather here, we must—
Yep, it'll work out.
Come on, stop fucking triggering flags.
Don't rush. This is a big— take it slowly. Would you like me to lend you—
No way!
I was joking. I know my books—
Ugh, you're still
Bulls, give me fucking bulls. Three bulls. What does it fucking
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my
In the past, I never imagined that even if we can find a way to change all of this.
Can I answer? Looks not. Oh wait, I should have enough.
My food is here. Oh boy! Let's go.
one with nature.
Looking to buy some handmade goods?
Vulture!
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. This scenery is wonderful. Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Wind Strider. Follow the wind. Time to go. Time to go. wind knows me.
Think you can bully me?
Overruled. One with nature.
Shaking hands!
Flash! What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Time to go.
Transfixed. What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected? Laid bare. That hurt. Flash. Transfixed. The wind knows me. Strike. An impressive one with nature.
Time to go.
Into the wind.
Hi, viewer on YouTube. I'm just going through the story. This is something. And I've been trying out new supports for Father, and the top two ones I've recently found out are Yunjin and Kojosara. They're doing quite good. It's not a long ass support as much as you would have want for Father, because she stays on field for a long time, and like Sarah only does like 6 seconds, but Father's bond of life doesn't go away when you switch, so it's quite useful. So you can supplement it over there. It's quite helpful. Well, keep watching, like the stream. I forgot I started talking to you. What I wanted to do was... What is this? I'm a businessman. Praise, I have a degree in an MBA. Like every other Indian. Stereotypical? Yes, because I am one. Whoa. This shit had notes. Wait. Just carrying around so many peoples. Adventure notes. Where did it go? Came with 76 or something.
Its date. It reads Tuesday, November 23rd. Now, November 23rd only falls on a Tuesday in the year 2021 in recent years or in the next few years. But in the MCU timeline, this is presumably November 2024, which might be why Disney Plus lists this between Eternals, which is in fall 2024, and Hawkeye, which is Christmas time 2024. However, of course, the events of Multiverse of Madness are definitely supposed to happen after Spider-Man No Way Home, which also ends sometime around Christmas 2024. Because Strange and Wong say in this movie,
how much experience do you guys have with multiverse?
We have experience of the multiverse. Most recently, there was an incident with Spider-Man.
What, man?
Kevin Feige also said Multiverse of Madness was after No Way Home.
And that allowed a spell to go wrong in Spider-Man No Way Home, which leads to the entire multiverse going quite mad in this.
So how do we explain this? Well, the in-universe answer is time is a flat circle. And in Loki Citadel, at the end of all time, where the multiverse first fractured, the rules of causality were broken. But the real answer, folks, is that whoever makes the Disney Plus playlist, and most of the people at Marvel Studios are just confused about their own chronology, and they constantly screw it up, so let's move on. Strange uses magic to tie his necktie. Just a reminder that his injured hands are still somewhat clumsy. On his way through the Sanctum, he passes his piano. Remember, in the Sanctum and the alternate, post-incursion university visits, the piano will be instrumental in his music duel with Sinister Strange. Strange enters the church for the wedding. He passes these two boys who run to a mother who just bears a pretty strong resemblance to Elizabeth Olsen. I don't know if it was intentional, but it is a little echo of his coming conflict with a mother and her two elusive sons. Dr. Nick West returns in the 2016 film, revealing he dusted in the blip, and when he returned, he found he lost both his cats. Oh, and also his brother.
I guess what keeps me up at night is wondering, did it have to happen? Was there any...
The line, of course, meant to guilt Strange for surrendering the Time Stone to Thanos, but also, if West is literally up at night, it means that he is losing sleep because he's dreaming of other lives where he still has his cats and his brother. The way that West knows what Strange did on Titan is likely due to Scott Lang's podcast series, Big Me, Little Me, on This Powered Life, revealed to be in the MCU in Ms. Marvel. One of many reasons you should absolutely watch that show, because it is awesome. And yes, I know Scott Lang was not on Titan, but he knows the other Avengers, they told him, and he told the public. Strange turns Christine's water into wine, quite Jesus-like. A running gag after he refilled Thor's beer in Ragnarok, which I will always say is the best use of magic. Steven regrets letting Christine go, but she says,
It's never gonna work out between us.
Why not?
Because Steven, you have to be the one holding the knife.
yes, he has to be the one holding the knife. Strange being the scalpel-holding surgeon, this knife
Follow the
imagery
lead.
comes back throughout the film. And remember, this script was written by Michael Waldron, and it parallels the Love is a Dagger monologue that he wrote for Loki.
Love is a dagger. It's a weapon. To be wielded far away or up close. You can see yourself in it. It's beautiful. Until it makes you bleed. But ultimately, when you reach for it,
That isn't real.
Ultimately, Sylvie was the one left holding the dagger in that series. She cut Loki loose, as Strange does for Christine. When Strange goes out on the balcony to see the commotion, in the bottom right of frame is a billboard for Rogers the Musical, the Broadway show from Hawkeye. Billboards like these also showed up in No Way Home. He pulls out the red handkerchief stuffed in his pocket, revealing the cloak of levitation, hidden in plain sight. And I love this maneuver because, like the alcohol-related tricks, this is practical. It really does feel like a classical magician illusion. And he changes wardrobe mid-air, similar to Tony Stark's famous free-fall suit-up in Avengers. Strange saves a woman and her baby by summoning a giant feline head. This is in front of a red storefront. McCloud's Books, the 838 version of which shows up outside the 838 Sanctum, both named after Bob McCloud, longtime Marvel Comics artist. Strange decloaks the monster as Gargantos, who's a lesser-known Namor villain. Originally, it's going to be Shuma Gorath, but was renamed because Shuma Gorath is an H.P. Lovecraft invention licensed by Heroic Signatures, along with characters like
As per our
Bruce
contract.
Palmer revealed that they used a scan of Olsen's eye to create this eyeball and foreshadow the reveal of Wanda as the puppet master. You can see in its pain and its rage, its shock, capillaries in the eyeball. This is all Wanda's emotion. And I love how Gargantos has these two gills beneath the eye. When he roars, the flaps open, making the sound of a jazz trumpet.
Time to go.
Unlock a better day. A hint at Strange's upcoming quest to use a watch to unlock the back door. Nearby is an ad for the magic of celestial tea. And when Strange jumps on a taxi, there's a sign behind him for Stanley, which I just think is a nod to Stanley. His real name was Stanley Lieber, and in the 2008 Hulk movie, they paid tribute to him with Stanley's Pizza. Gargantos scales the side of a building, Raimi calling back Doc Ock scaling the side of the building in 2004's Spider-Man 2. Walter cameos as the best man in the wedding party. Strange conjures these big hands to tear a lamppost out of the sidewalk, but notice they're scaly and they have 4 fingers each. Making this a fantasy beast, I'm assuming the same feline that Strange used to catch the car. And he spears Gargantos' eye.
Blaze over.
Take that! One with nature.
Visual is an homage to Raimi's flying fireball in Evil Dead 2.
Now test my patience. We'll meet again.
finds wall shoots left.
Out of what?
Recalling the confusion over where exactly Tobey Maguire Peter Parker's webbing comes out of him in No Way Home?
Like, does it just come out of your wrists, or does it come out of anywhere else?
Only the wrists.
And again, just to clarify, despite the memory wipe spell in No Way Home, that spell only affects Strange and Wong knowing that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. They still know Spider-Man exists and have memories of Spider-Man joining them in their adventures. They've just had their memories wiped, so they don't know who is under the mask. Like, notice they never say the name Peter in the scene. They bury the corpse of the Defender Strange on the Sanctum roof, setting up a nifty plot device to call back in the third act. Just some nice economy of story there. And they recognize the runes as witchcraft.
You know anyone who's for such a thing?
Yeah, the music here is the WandaVision Bewitched theme composed by the Lopez's for the second episode. We see the same house and kitchen from WandaVision's later episodes, and Billy and Tommy return wearing red and green to match their comic identities of Wiccan and Speed. They also have wristwatches matching their colors. There's a hamster cage on the countertop, the hamster named Max, or Maxie, short for Maximoff, probably to replace poor Sparky. Now, this bedroom tuck-in seems a bit surreal, and it's because they constructed it with footage shot on the WandaVision set, but it's been flipped. In WandaVision, episode 9, Billy's bed and the telescope were on the left, Tommy's bed, the skeleton decoration and the stoplight were on the right, but here it is the opposite. But they did not flip the poster highest on the middle wall, they just slid it from right to left. They also added some house lights on the homes outside across the street. Actually, in the shot of Wanda looking over at Tommy, it is literally the same shot from WandaVision reversed. That is the same shot of Julian Hilliard, but they mapped in a new Elizabeth Olsen. From this, Wanda abruptly awakens, and within the same shot, the lighting and color tone shift from warm and golden to cold and gray tone, showing how her comforting dream fades in cold reality. A motif that we also see in Thor: Love and Thunder, with Gore, a desaturated villain, mourning his family. Wanda clips some tree branches.
Apples, right?
Eventually.
Yes, the trees are not yet bearing fruit, a metaphor for herself, as her efforts to locate her sons have been fruitless. Apples, of course, also have been associated with the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, where Eve was villainized for giving into evil, leading to the historic sexist view of women as more prone to evil. Of course, the poisoned apple, also the weapon of choice of the Witch Queen and Snow White, which also shows up later this movie. And pruning branches, the metaphor used by the TV to tame the multiverse.
Into the wind.
And Wanda had flipping or marking off universes that do not
Flash!
sons. They chat.
What do you know about the multiverse?
Multiverse. Chris had his theories. He believed it was real and dangerous.
And she drops the branches into this crate. A close-up showing its name, Volkers. Now in the comics, Wendell Volker is an academic who, along with Reed Richards, discovers that Baron Zemo has traveled back in time. This is a 2007 Thunderbolts arc, but I think this crate close-up might have been from this scene originally having Wanda presenting Mordo's severed head to Strange here. Like, after the illusion faded, we might have returned this crate, and from this, she pulls out the severed head. Strange says,
Using it, aren't you?
Are they Avengers?
Yeah, but given the choice between the Archer with the Mohawk and several bug-themed crime fighters.
yes, referring to Hawkeye, and then Spider-Man, Ant-Man, and Wasp. If you think about it, also Scarlet Scarab just joined this club as well. Strange says helping them will get her back on the lunchbox, and there actually is an Avengers-themed retro lunchbox with Scarlet Witch on the side, with Yellow Jacket and Daredevil. But after outing herself as knowing more than she should, she uses her red sorcery to warp this orchard into this burnt hellscape. The red sorcery warping these trees the same way the building storefronts do in Westview and WandaVision. We see that she is using the Darkhold, of course, the Book of the Damned, first introduced in WandaVision, and on the page is an eye visible at the center of it. This was the eye that she used to control Gargantos, and an eye that shows up in the runes on the walls of the Darkhold temple, perhaps the Eye of Chthon, whose horned head adorns the cover of this book. In the background is the burnt ruins of a structure where that large house was when the illusion was up. This is the house from the poster showing that removed opening scene with Mordo being dead. Notice how Wanda has kept her hands in her pockets before showing her cards, and now we see the tips of her fingers have turned black from using the Darkhold, just as Agatha's hands had turned black when she possessed the Darkhold in WandaVision. Wanda's wardrobe has been updated, showing some scratches radiating from the heart region. You can see this better in the Kamartaj battle. These scratches showing how her breaking of reality really stems from her broken heart. Also, the design of her collar leaves an opening in the shape of Vision's Mind Stone, the thing that she had to shatter in Infinity War and has never gotten over, blaming Strange because his surrender of the Time Stone is what specifically makes that sacrifice pointless.
Blade bear. Quiver!
It is such a good line from Olsen here, and there's a little gesture here that's using this. She flutters her eyelids. Yes, so she is clapping back here, but she's also showing how unstable she is. Back in Coverage, Wong explains,
Scarlet Witch is a being of unfathomable magic. She can rewrite reality as she chooses, and prophesy to either rule or annihilate the cosmos.
Yes, he's recalling what Agatha read from the Darkhold.
Your power exceeds that of the Sorcerer Supreme. Your destiny to destroy the world.
Wong, as Sorcerer Supreme, sends Strange
Solidify!
probably pretty sure somewhere in this galaxy. Master Hamir returns from the 2016 film, and we meet Sarah, who's probably based on Wong's love interest Sarah, as well as Rintra, a green Minotaur sorcerer from Revolve in the comics. Portals open from the Hong Kong and London Sanctum, with backgrounds of the portal showing a Hong Kong street, and in London, a red phone booth and a double-decker bus. I assume Stephen Grant is writing it. The Camertage elders conjure a spell in the background, illuminating the floor. They are actually setting that mirror dimension trap that Wanda springs by stepping on later. Wanda's arrival mirrors that of the Wicked Witch of the West in the dark smoke of the Emerald City, demanding surrender, Dorothy! A girl who can transcend realities with shoes that pack a wallop, depended by a scarecrow who's falling apart, a heartless tin man, a lion who finds his courage, a goose.
Solidify!
You all see Mid and Rosie behind the curtain, who are actually throwing liars, and ultimately realize that there's no place like home. Because America realizes that Wanda just needs to go home. And when Wanda first appears, composer Danny Elfman sings it with this horror piano chord. He actually comes back to this for scary moments with Wanda throughout the movie. As she tries to break in, Wanda identifies one weak sorcerer. So cool. Whispering in the ear is exactly what Wanda does to each of the Avengers in Age of Ultron to corrupt them. And after she breaks in and wrecks the place, she telepathically whispers to America somewhere in the compound. Yeah, I love this. According to Disney Plus's closed captions, Wanda is whispering America in Sokovian, Wanda's native language. The more Sokovian she sounds, the more of a villainess she reverts to. Strange traps Wanda in the mirror dimension, which winds up like a toy music box. To get out of it, Wanda extends her hands into the broken mirror shards as if they're water, transfiguring herself into a piece of mirror, so that she can exist in any reflective surface anywhere, similar to the logic of Gore's Shadow Realm in Thor: Love and Thunder. If you haven't seen Love and Thunder yet, don't worry, it's not a spoiler. This was revealed in the trailer. The guard and Hamir get pulled into puddles, meaning Hamir is probably still stuck in the mirror dimension somewhere. They rush to cover their reflections, but Wanda pushes her contorted body out of a gong, looking like Samara in the ring, pressed with Pennywise. It's just terrifying. Wanda shows the countless universes where she is still with Billy and Tommy.
Every night, the same dream.
Yeah, again, she says Moonlight Limb with a bit of a Russian/Sokovian accent, Sokovian identity, rewinding her back to the Age of Ultron times when she was more of a villain. Strange unleashes serpents from his hands, an attack we actually saw Strange Supreme do in What If Episode 4. Notice how when Wanda slices their heads off, more grow in their place, kind of like a Hydra. Strange is literally fighting the Hydra-era Wanda with a Hydra. Onto the multiverse montage, where they give us a movie called Multiverse of Madness, so limit the Mad Multiverse to like 11 seconds. These were all actually identified by the French effects artists. First is the Living Tribunal statue world, originally going to be a giant temple or Indian statues, but they changed it to Living Tribunal, who is the three-faced cosmic legal authority in the Marvel Comics, but here there are actually several of these heads. Then, after a world with glowing particles sneaking up into a source, there is a cavern that they originally called the Onslaught Canyon world, originally going to be more like the Grand Canyon, like in No Way Home, but changed to be closer to the crevice in 127 hours. Then a mirror world, they went to be a glass world, but here they made it look more like ice, followed by a honeycomb world filled with giant bees. The next added an underwater coral reef, really just to mix it up, and then what they called an alt New York, where they had fish fly into the cars from the previous world, and on those taxis is an ad for Grindhouse Releasing, that's the film restoration company of Sam Raimi and the movie's editor, Bob Murawski. Then a pipe world with Tony Stark drones from Spider-Man Far From Home. You can see Stark stamped on all those drones, and actually positioned exactly where the taxis were in the previous world. Then this hellish bone dimension, where some of the skeletons are larger than the others, if you notice. Like there's one giant hand, like the one of the skeleton Thor does battle ropes with in Thor: Love and Thunder. Notice how a lot of skeletons are climbing up, like trying to keep off of the floor of this world, like floor is lava. In Moon Knight, in the Duat, the goal was to keep off of the sand, because that would doom you to eternal damnation. That might be what's happening in Bone World here. Then one the artist called Savage World, where a T-Rex fights a Triceratops, a nod to the X-Men comics Savage Land. Then a comic book world, which they said was deliberately different from the animation style of What If. They focused more on the hard line lines between the colors. Then there's this mysterious post-apocalyptic world, New York City in ruins, which they said was what the city would look like if the Avengers lost the Battle of New York. Then a cube world, which they said was very technical because they had to attach hair on each cube, and they actually had to reduce the number of cubes to make them larger because too many slices ended up being way too gory. Then the paint world that they refer to later, it's very hard to eat in here. Then Hydra world. This is New York, stuck in the 1930s, where Hydra took over because notice the Hydra logo on that blimp. I made a whole video explaining what this timeline could be and how it could bring Red Skull back for Secret Wars. Then a world with futuristic pyramids and Stonehenge-like configurations. Then this Blade Runner futuristic world. Then a more pristine futuristic cloud city. And then another hellish realm with lava rivers that Michael Waldron said was not Mustafar from Star Wars. And then they spit out in 838, where instead of lava rivers are waterfalls from the Empire State Building. There's greenery covering all the buildings, and overhead some rainbow-covered clouds. You'll notice many of the pedestrians carry umbrellas. Maybe these clouds are on an artificial clockwork to water all the plant life, and people carry the umbrellas to brace for it. All these people also wear neutral colors, maybe as a fashion trend to keep the eyes on colorful splendor of nature instead of what we wear. In addition to going on red and stopping on green, the taxis that drive on these streets are blue, the color of Reed Richards. If you pause the taxi as it passes behind Pizza Papa's cart, and they're marked with 3 credits per mile, suggesting that Reed Richards and the other geniuses of this universe helped put currency on an international standard, but still don't use the metric system, which makes no sense. And they meet Pizza Papa, a cameo by the great Bruce Campbell, longtime collaborator with Sam Raimi from Evil Dead films and the Spider-Man trilogy. Strange leaves him in a spell, punching himself for weeks until it finally fades in the post-credit scene. Actually, there in that scene, on his cart, you can see a fork. This is the same fork that the tiny Ashes used on Ash's butt in Army of Darkness. America's Memory Lane flashback shows the utopian parallel from the comics, but a bee lands on her finger, causing her to freak out and open portals to suck her moms to hell. Honeycomb World must have sucked for her. The 838 Sanctum statue of Stephen Strange says he gave his life defeating Thanos and calls him Earth's mightiest hero, the Avengers moniker. I also love how the statue was built out in the street, so all the cars have to drive around it and look at it. The way that in Washington, D.C., you have to drive in a roundabout to look up at the Iwo Jima statue. Mordo explains dreamwalking, and Raimi and Bob Orowski edit the sequence with superimposed crossfades, Elfman's moody rock music. Just giving this movie a 90s witchcraft vibe, like something from The Craft or Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I don't care what the haters on Twitter say. The imagery of this movie rocks. But Mordo drugs them with the sands of Nisanti, a spell from the comics that prevents the usage of magic for 3 minutes. 616 Wanda dreamwalks into alternate Wanda, her presence peeking out from behind the stairs and then hiding again. Voyeuristic imagery akin to John Carpenter's Michael Myers point of view shots at the beginning of Halloween. Actually, if you listen closely here, notice what Wanda tells the boys. That is exactly what Wanda does to herself. She turns her own boys against her. On the TV, they're watching a black and white cartoon of Oswald and Hortensia. This is a 1928 Walt Disney short called The Skyscrapers. Walt made these Oswald shorts for Universal before a contract dispute led him to launching Mickey Mouse and Steamboat Willie. Oswald, meanwhile, has gained a bit of a cult following as the Mickey Mouse who might have been a what-if poster hero in this what-if universe. Notice how there are no photos of visions around this home. That is because, according to Elizabeth Olsen, these alternate reality Wandas are single mothers, divorced from Vision. All the lights flashing in the room, photos, funny look at Wanda slightly frozen in time. All this horror imagery evokes Sam Raimi's effects in movies like Drag Me to Hell. The food rolls around on the plate like in Poltergeist. The tea crashes like an ocean. An ocean flooded the post-incursion universe that we visit later in this movie, making this an early sign of how these are all leading to incursions. But after all the noise, I just love how they show the possession finally completing with this simple, silent gesture. Yes, breaking the fourth wall, looking at us, like the final unnerving shots of Psycho in Paranormal Activity. Sarah stabs the 616 Darkhold, burning herself alive, the last part of her turning to ash being her eye, releasing a single tear. But notice her lips here. She is mouthing something as her final words to Wong, and it looks like she is saying the words, "I love you." This severs Wanda's dreamwalk link. And again, the lack of sound on the intercutting just makes it so haunting. This is how Wanda would see it, just images from her dream flickering away from her. And Wanda is left with her hands in the air just as she was in WandaVision when Vision faded away from her. Wong takes her to Mount Wundagore, where in the comics the demon elder god Kafan inscribed the spells that were eventually drafted into the Darkhold book. This is also the mountain where in some comics Wanda and Pietro were born, in the castle of the High Evolutionary, nursed by Bova. This is also where Kafan initially cursed Wanda when she was a baby, though in the 616 MCU she was born to Irina and Oleg Maximoff in Sokovia. Also in WandaVision, Wanda showed how she already had some low-level probability hex abilities as a girl. It just remains to be seen if the MCU will trace that back to Kafan's curse. The temple walls are carved to look exactly like the Scarlet Witch page of the Darkhold seen in WandaVision. A set photo actually showed how one of these statues shows Billy's Wiccan form, suggesting that those boys were part of the Scarlet Witch prophecy. This temple's guards are the Ngeri. These are Cathan's Elder Spawn minions from the comics, and Wanda realizes the chamber is not a tomb but a throne. The altar she stands on has that same horned head as the Darkhold book cover, perhaps being the horned form of Cathan from the comics. Meanwhile, Christine explains,
Our universe is 838, and we've designated yours 616.
yes, with this line, the MCU formally codifies its numerical designation as 616, which is the main universe in the comics. This number was coined by Captain Britain comics writer David Thorpe, who said in an interview that he got that number by subtracting the round number 50 from 666. So you know who's behind all of this. 616 universe first showed up in the MCU on Selvig's chalkboard in Thor: The Dark World. It was mentioned by Mysterio in Far From Home, though in that case must have been a lucky coincidence since, you know, he was a liar making it all up. 616 also showed up on Scott Lang's storage locker in Endgame and on the film strip, referring to the MCU timeline in Loki Episode 1. Now, some comics fans, including Ms. Marvel star Iman Vellani, are very frustrated with this reveal since many comics readers previously understood the film universe to exist alongside the comics universe, like the comics have referenced events in the film's universe. But as Kevin Feige has said, the MCU has always been meant to be an adaptation of the comics, not something that exists in a multiverse alongside them. Similar to how Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, in that animated film they refer to 616, 1610, etc. That's all an adaptation of the numerical designations in the comics. It's not meant to replace them or erase them. Christine says she works for the Baxter Foundation, named after the Baxter Building, the headquarters of the Fantastic Four. She brings up a radiograph of his broken hand, suggesting Strange's hand injury is his constant across universes, the way with great power is a constant for Peter Parker's. Strange's cell is labeled D23, a Disney Easter egg, 1923 being the year Walt founded a studio and the name of the annual conference. Also, Bucky's cell was D23 in Civil War. Strange asks if they're S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, but Mordo confirms
The Illuminati. We'll see now. The Illumawati?
Yes, the Illuminati in the comics is a 6-member panel representing the various corners of the Marvel world: Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, Charles Xavier, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, and Namor. Originally, Black Panther was invited, but he said, nah, F that, I don't want to be in it. The Baxter security is Ultron sentries, voiced by actor Ross Marquand, who voiced Ultron in What If and Red Skull in Infinity War. These sentries looking this way imply that in 838, Ultron must have successfully taken over the same way he did in Age of Ultron and duplicated himself to make these, like he did in the Age of Ultron events, but that the Marvel heroes must have prevailed in subduing Ultron, probably because they had help from the X-Men and Fantastic Four. So there probably is a Tony Stark somewhere in this universe. You'll notice this facility is in Central Park, and the interior is modeled on the lobby of the British Museum in London. Of the many statues that adorn it, the tall female warrior is actually modeled on Xena Warrior Princess, according to Sam Raimi. Strange meets this movie's Illuminati. Mordo introduces himself as Baron Carl Mordo, his name from the comics. Haley Atwell returns as Captain Carter, her costume and shield looking like it does in What If.
The First Avenger.
The music is actually a version of the Captain America theme. Anson Mount returns from the short-lived Inhuman series as Black Bolt, King of the Inhumans. Lashana Lynch as Captain Marvel, apparently having swapped missions with Carol Danvers. And of course,
And the smartest man alive, Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four.
Yes, the producers actually said they included a deliberate Dr. Doom nod here with the portal he arrives through. This is Doom's time platform from the comics. So yeah, somewhere in 838 there is a Victor Von Doom. Strange asks,
Didn't you guys chart in the 60s?
I'm sorry.
a nod to the Avengers being compared to the Beatles many times in the MCU, and a callback to Strange's expertise in music history
The
from the
duty of a
2016
Tengu
film. Also, the
warrior is to
Fantastic Four
watch over the mountains and forests, while that of the Kujo clan is to guard Inazuma. These two are of the same ilk. will overcome. Overruled.
Gather!
An impressive bounty.
Historically are considered to be 60s era heroes. It's actually been theorized that they might have existed in 616 in the 1960s, contemporaries of a younger Hank Pym. Reed explains,
The larger the footprint you leave behind, the greater the risk of an incursion. An incursion occurs when the boundary between two universes erodes and they collide, destroying one or both.
this explanation comes directly from John Hickman and Steve Epstein's 2013 New Avengers run, when Black Panther reassembles the Illuminati to deal with an incursion between universes. This storyline leads eventually to the 2015 Secret Wars crossover, which is probably where the MCU is headed. Then the sixth member joins.
We should tell him the truth. Our final member, Professor Charles Xavier.
Patrick Stewart returns from the X-Men films, but in a yellow hover chair, green suit, and blue and black striped tie from the animated series. The music here is Ron Wasserman's theme from the 90s show. Now, there is a seventh chair empty, and it has been confirmed to not belong to the 838 Strange, according to interviews with the screenwriter, who said that it was a mystery above his pay grade for something Marvel has in the works ahead. So I am guessing it's either a variant Black Panther, or more likely Namor, because Namor is expected to arrive in Wakanda forever. Charles uses telepathy to flash back to the 838 Infinity War event. Notice his brainwaves look just like the Echo waves from the 90s series whenever he uses his psionic powers. And we see Titan. Thanos dead with his splintered Uru blade in his chest and an Infinity Gauntlet with no Mind Stone and no Time Stone. No Mind Stone means Vision is alive in 838. And also notice the 7-pointed ships are still standing upright. So this battle never escalated to Thanos spiking a moon at this planet the way he does in Infinity War. They were able to make short work of him much faster. 838 Steven's fingertips are black, as Wanda's and Agatha's were. I mean, this guy was dipping in the dark cold. But on his chest is an interesting icon that our buddy MT pointed out may be an Oni, a demon from Japanese mythology. So no matter what, this Strange is into some interesting stuff. Black Bolt executes him. I'm sorry. Yeah, they recorded Mount saying "I'm sorry" several times different ways, successively louder into a shout, so each echo reflects deeper and deeper heartbreak. Also, in that audio mix, you can hear Strange's final pained scream, a scream that stays with them after the blast is done. Also notice how that sonic blast cross-dissolves back into 616 Strange, hearing the story in the present. It's just a very cool way of showing how the curse of that past Steven echoes through the multiverse into this Steven, and why they fear him so much. Alarms go off, and in the Sentry security feed, you see Wanda severing many of them at the midsection, and the last one she chokes by its throat and peers into its eyes before just pulling its head off. Charles says,
Just because someone stumbles and loses their way doesn't mean they're lost forever.
Yes, a direct quote from 2014's Days of Future Past.
Because someone stumbles, loses their way, doesn't mean they're lost forever.
Now, Wanda is covered in the oil from the Ultron sentries, reminding us of when she yanked out Ultron's heart in Age of Ultron and oil poured out of it like blood. It smeared on her face the same way pig blood is smeared on Sissy's face tech, and Carrie, she unleashes hell just like Carrie does. Reed tries to talk her down.
I have children of my own. I understand you.
Transfixed.
There will be someone else.
Reed was referring to his wife, Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman,
Solidify!
and children, Franklin Richards and Valeria Richards. Black Bolt and Veil ready to strike, but one is Storm. I am obsessed with this because it is the most violent close-up we've ever seen in the MCU, so let's go through it. First, Wanda erases his mouth like Neo in The Matrix, which is panic-inducing enough. Just the thought of that causes Black Bolt to make the worst mistake of his life, screaming, making him the one member of the Illuminati other than Mordo whom Wanda does not kill. He takes his own life. His eyes bulge out, then there's a glow in his jaw from his sonic blast, ping-ponging around his mouth, then blood spurts out of his nose, his skull pops, and then his eyes bleed after that point. His brain's oozing in his mask, and his tuning fork flickers out. Then Wanda shreds Reed into string cheese. Actually, if you look closely on that overhead shot as he screams, his body, she is twisting it, inducing as much pain as possible. Maria and Peggy fight back. Peggy quotes Steve's line,
Haven't you had enough? I could do this all day.
I could do this all day.
but Wanda redirects Peggy's own shield back at her, severing her at the waist. When the shield wedges in the foreground, blood drips from it, and although Peggy is out of focus in the background, go frame by frame, and you can see the top half of her body does slide off of her legs. While Maria's death is the least visceral, it's still pretty insulting. Wanda collapses that Xena statue so that Xena's face is crushing Maria, delivering a kiss of death. Mordo uses his vaulting boots of Baltor against Strange in their duel, but Strange cuffs him with the Sansa Nasanti cuff at the last second to depower the magic blade right before it hits his face. Down in the trench, Mordo kicks his head, and actually in that shot of the boot coming in at Strange's face, Sam Raimi revealed it is actually a fake leg on a broom. Charles enters Wanda's mind, trying to stop her. It's seen as this awesome white void with just bits of rubble, representing her bombed Sokovian home that we saw in WandaVision. On a TV set shows WandaVision Episode 1, the way the Dick Van Dyke Show played on the TV when Wanda and Pietro's home got bombed in Episode 8. We hear an air raid siren blaring. That's the sound to signal a bomb dropping. For Wanda, the anxiety was the Stark warhead falling in her home, forever blinking but never going off. For Charles, the anxiety is Wanda finally catching up to him in his mind. That red smoke billows up behind him, and it gets me every time. It's even scarier now when you can pause it, because first off, the Scarlet Witch has a freaking demon face, like the demon face that pops up for a few frames throughout The Exorcist. I mean, I'm sorry to remind you of that, but it reminds me of that. Also, you may have seen, she does not just snap his neck, she grabs the lower half of his face and the upper half of his face and seems to rip it in half. The lower half of his face just becomes more red smoke. Actually, during this sequence, originally, Hope Van Dyne Wasp was drafted to appear as part of this Illuminati, with Hope shrunken down flying toward Wanda, and the screenwriter Michael Waldron said that Wanda was going to clap her hands to squash her. Strange's wristwatch is a key to open the door to the Gap Junction. Wanda grabs America from behind and repulses Strange's attack to incinerate the Book of Ashanti. For a moment, the page is open to show a star. Now remember, since Strange has photographic memory, he could read that whole page in an instant and know from that star that America's innate power could defeat the Scarlet Witch is inside her, and remember that, which is how he knows how to motivate her with that speech in the final battle. As Wanda holds the star portal open, between the portal layers, you can actually see some different terrains flickering in and out. That just shows how these alternate universes flash through chaotically. America gets captured in the temple. The altar she lies on is in the shape of, what is it, kids? Hexagon! Like Wanda's Hex in Westview, of course. Strange and Christine get stranded in a post-incursion universe, entering through the same alleyway that Strange arrived into 838. One new universe in Act 2, another new universe in Act 3. Now, presumably, this is actually the universe that 838 Strange annihilated by dreamwalking into Sinister Strange. The buildings are melting into inky strands, looking a lot like the visuals in What If Episode 4. The cars actually include a mix of different eras. There's some old-timey buggies, but also a yellow Delta 88, the car that Sam Raimi puts in all of his movies from Evil Dead to Uncle Ben's car in Spider-Man. The land in front of the sanctum is covered in bones and skulls, meaning that Sinister Strange allowed people to gather in front of his sanctum, begging for him to save them, and he watched as they all died. And on the other side of the sanctum is a moving red crescent. In Hickman Comics, the sign of the incursion was the alternate universe depicted as a giant red planet in the horizon. Inside, Strange meets Sinister Strange, telling him, "You died."
Quiver!
Now, in the comics, Strange's sister Donna died while swimming in the pool. But if you think about it, crashing through ice motivates why Strange wants to save America Chavez so bad. Her portals are designed to look like ice, cracking ice through which she drowns. For Strange, America represents the sister Donna, whom he lost through the ice. Sinister Strange opens a third eye on his forehead. Strange sometimes has a third eye in the comics as a manifestation of the Eye of Agamotto, and it is the mystical sight that the Ancient One referred to when she touched this spot on his head. Open your eye. But here, the eye represents the twisted evil of the Darkhold, the Eye of Cthulhu that we saw on the page and on the wall of the temple, an eye that lives on at the end of this movie. As they duel with each other, the magic is in these competing color tones. 616 Strange with orange, Sinister Strange with purple, the same color as sorcery, which may come from a dark region of Romana. In an amazing sequence actually inspired Elfman, thinking that Sam Raimi would shoot it down, they weaponize music and it rules! Yes, the piano chord that previously represented Strange's fear of Wanda, because we heard this discordant note every time we were creeped out by her. Strange instead shows his mastery of this fear by weaponizing the music to combat the evil. One specific note, Dart, cuts through the strap around the Darkhold, and then Sinister Strange defends himself by creating a measure to contain all these notes. How as he conjures that measure, it makes the sound of horns. Every move of this battle uses a different part of the orchestra, and you probably got in there that was the famous riff of Johann Sebastian Bach. But then this leads to a volley between the two of them. Yes, in there was Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, and the final percussions used the snare drum. Strange defeats Sinister Strange by using another musical instrument in the scene that Sinister Strange didn't notice, the harp, just one little note, to explode all the other notes, blasting Sinister Strange out the window, impaling him like Saruman in Return of the King. Strange flips to a Darkhold page to one illuminating these crimson skeletons representing the souls of the damned that he will use to dreamwalk into Defender Strange's corpse. The way he rises from the dead is full Sam Raimi Evil Dead, and I love it. The shot of Manhattan from the 616 rooftop actually keeps the MetLife building, which in the MCU has been where Avengers Tower is normally located, but it really just seems like Phase 4 titles these days for now have given up placing Avengers Tower in the New York skyline. Now, one of the Souls of the Damned is a vocal cameo by the movie's producer, Richard Gilmer. We see Strange being dragged under, and we learn later this does have lasting consequences in the final shot of the film. The souls spill over into the Incursion universe, but Strange is able to vanquish them.
Where's your bottom life? Go back to hell.
Yes, this is the same artifact Strange tried to use on Caecilius in the 2016 film.
You don't know how to use that, do you?
That is why Caecilius was a little nervous there. This thing could have banished him to hell. And yes, it is important that Strange says hell here. I'll explain why later. Christine tells Strange,
"They're spirits. Use them."
Yes, in addition to Defender Strange's corpse just being really smart economy of story, we were wondering why he was cloakless in the opening scene, but this serves a function as well. Because logically, Mount Wendigore must be off limits to sorcerers, otherwise they'd be there all the time trying to destroy it. One requires evil Darkhold sorcery to access it, so it gives us this awesome opportunity to turn the souls of the damned into a cloak of levitation. And yes, I love how Danny Elfman shreds on electric guitar here, setting up the guitar we hear in the final shot of the film when Strange suffers the consequences of this unholy pairing. Wong stabs the big Ngare eye with his kunai, the same weapon Gargantos blocked earlier when its Wanda eye was solely focused on him, but now that Wanda's eye is on Strange and she assumes Wong is dead, he's able to hit the bullseye. Defender Strange spreads his cloak. Yes, the damned voices cackle and cheer with glee, which at first comes off like they're just loving being part of this. But if you think about it, they're actually celebrating their claiming of Strange's soul. Wanda shouts,
"Dreamwalking, you hypocrite!"
Yeah, just like Caecilius shouted at the Ancient One for using Dark Dimension magic in the 2016 film.
Hypocrite!
Strange finds himself in the same moral quandary that Defender Strange was in before, and I love how this realization happens as he is in the body of that asshole. We think he's gonna go through a sacrifice in America. America's even okay with it, but instead he says,
"Every time you opened the portal, you sent us exactly where we needed to go."
And we realize what makes this Strange different from Defender Strange is that this 616 Strange went through something the others did not. An Infinity War conflict in which he lost. He had to look at 14,605 futures and he found the one correct path. The path that led him to where he is now, and a path that still extends forward. So unlike 838 Strange, who always felt FOMO seeking a better life and corrupted his soul and killed trillions with the Darkhold to do this, 616 Strange, after meeting Sinister Strange, has seen the dark path that leads to. So this guy has instead learned to trust his current path, regardless of the guilt he feels for being on it and the sacrifices he's made to walk it. So he empowers America to punch the hell out of Wanda. Her star portals again show a variety of landscapes, but her second hit closed them off to only one, the lava river hell that we saw before. The fact that we see it twice in this movie suggests that this is a key realm in the MCU, where the souls of the damned originate, where Chthon may reside, and probably the dominion of this a-hole. But America changes her tactic.
I can't beat you. I'll give you what you want.
And she punches Wanda into her living room with her sons, letting them see her for who she is. You'll notice the way they see her choking America is the same pose Thanos choked Wanda with in Infinity War. Also notice on the TV is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Disney's first animated feature-length film, a contrast to the Oswald short that previously played on this TV. And this movie's villain is an evil witch, making Wanda especially scary to these boys. Before she told them don't make mom out to be the bad guy, and that's exactly what she's done to herself. And these boys defend their mom.
Stop it!
Yeah, Elizabeth Olsen said that these boys threw something that hit her in the face, and her "stop it" was genuine anger, which she used as an actor to scare the crap out of these kids, and that she felt really bad about it. She tries to explain,
I would never hurt you. Never. I would never hurt anyone. I'm not a monster. I'm
this time, Wanda cannot bring herself to say that she is a mother. Yet, 838 Wanda forgives her.
no good will be left.
And Wanda, finally seeing the error of her ways, destroys the temple. But as it falls, there is a burst of red magic that might be her transporting to a new universe or escaping into a pocket reality. Either way, I'm pretty confident Wanda will return at some point. America and Wong portal to rescue Strange and Christine from the Incursion Sanctum from a mountaintop, which some are calling a continuity error since we saw America and Wong escape back to Camartage from the temple. But to be fair, America had no idea where Strange and Christine were banished to. So she and Wong may have been portaling around to a ton of places and universes looking for Strange. And then they went back to the scene of the crime, and maybe we're able to figure out from there, oh, there's an Incursion universe where they must be.
Everyone hold hands!
America stays behind as a sorcerer in training at Camartage, and Strange gives Wong the respectful bow that Strange had previously denied the Sorcerer's Spree. Strange fixes the broken watch face, the camera lens buried behind the whirring gears, going from a cracked face to the watch to clarity. But rather than wearing it, he puts it away in a drawer, which is where he first lifted this wristwatch from in the 2016 film, back when he had a ton of watches, representing his interest in a lot of ladies. The fact that he puts it away now, fixed, shows how he has finally moved on from Christine. His morning stroll turns into a nightmare. Wong did warn him about this.
How are you feeling? Why do you ask? You used the dark coated during walk into your own quarters. Oh, yeah, right.
The screenwriter said that they considered an alternate ending, which would have made the context of this a bit clearer, in which we would have seen the 616 Strange trapped in the Incursion universe, as back in 616, Sinister Strange with a third eye turns to camera and smiles as we hear a Vincent Price laugh like the final shot of Thriller. The idea was 616 Strange and Sinister Strange have swapped places, and while that is not obvious here, that seems to at least be the subtext. The third eye means that Strange has a lingering attachment to the souls of the damned. These souls were shared in a 616 universe, and they spilled over into post-Incursion universe. They are not specific to any one reality, but rather they come from one single realm that is shared among all of these universes, and that realm, in Christine's own words, is hell. Therefore, despite the Darkhold's destruction, Strange's soul remains an open gateway, allowing Sinister Strange to dreamwalk into his body here. So, when Clea appears in the post-credit scene to take this three-eyed Strange to the dark dimension, and
staring into my eyes
this is not a team up of
ill-advised.
heroes, my friends,
I can't
but a team up
promise
of
you'll like
sinister
what you
forces.
see.
That is all the new stuff I spotted in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EABoss. Follow New Rockstar. Subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Bach.
Don't need to escape. Oh, it is Act 5. I got the last one. I mean, yes, Ganyu was introduced in the Act 5 only. Genshin was introduced before.
Things can't go on like this.
I tried too hard.
Things can't go on like this. Things can't go on like this. Things can't go on like this. Things can't go on like this.
And then I walk out here, and she made the fatal mistake that she says she sometimes makes. And she calls it the sit pit, because I think she learned that from somewhere. She sat down for a second, and then
things can't go on like this.
It's 4:42.
Things can't go on like this.
Get the sit pit. Take hold of you. Beat the sit pit. Beat the sit pit. We're gonna beat it together. Come on. Come on. We're gonna beat the sit pit together. Do you want? I am nobody's master, got it? I don't want you here, and I don't want you here. I'm stuck with you.
Things can't go on like this.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Things can't go on like this. Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Trying too hard.
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
children be up to?
Things can't go on like this.
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard? These parts are safe for sure.
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too
Things
hard?
can't go on like this. Things can't go on like this.
Trying too hard. These parts are safe for sure.
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Things can't go on like this.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Things can't go on like this.
Something you wish to report?
Things can't
Go
go
on.
on like
You
this.
have my undivided attention.
Things can't go on like this.
Am I trying too hard?
Hello, I'm back. Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello. This is your mother speaking.
Things can't go on like this.
I'm trying to. You guys fucking don't sell enough. It's very annoying. There's like high quality shit. This. Which is the Claymore you guys sell? Oh, old marks salvo, yeah. That is the most best shit. Do I have to collect these more? Ganyu, you are the best, you know. You are the best. Okay. Oh yeah, I should do. That is right. Yeah, I'm gonna fight him soon.
And what exactly happened to the universe of Wolverine in Deadpool and Wolverine? The newest trailer indicates that Logan's world went to shit, with mysterious shots of Logan beside a row of gravestones in a surreal wheat field, and it remains a mystery of how exactly Wolverine failed the fellow X-Men of his universe. But I rewatched this trailer for like a 20th time, and I think I figured out what we've all been missing. And please support us by grabbing one of our merch designs from nerdriot.shop, like our amazing new Portal tee and its alternative red band, Let's Fucking Go variant. Okay, so we know the Wolverine from this trailer with the yellow and the blue suit comes from some X-Men universe where things ended in ruin. He growls at Is that what you said when your world went to shit? And then later, TVA agent Paradox said, "Bow before me, world!" So we've been asking what universe Logan comes from.
It's memory.
Where there was expansion with the bright yellow and blue suit that Logan is now wearing. But I think by asking what universe it comes from, we might be asking wrong questions.
I am all-knowing God.
What is it about
Witness my rise.
the most important to explore about in this movie? And where is Neil? What are we actually doing? That is what we have. Now, some are speculating that with the appearance of the giant corpse of Ant-Man, a reference to the old Man Logan comic series, that could be a clue that Wolverine's failure in this movie could be what it was.
Burn to oblivion!
Villains and Wolverine slaughtered them all. And I think it's completely valid by the row of
Late Bear.
oh my god, I actually killed all my friends. But I'm not certain that is what happened here. I mean, for starters, it would be the great power of the Mysterio. The film rights are still very much owned by Sony, and I don't think Deadpool and Wolverine script would be
Good riddance, cruel world.
It's just, you keep thinking that these movies are going to adapt Old Man Logan correctly. And as cool as the comic series it is, that's not what they did want to adapt. It's the whole storyline.
Possible.
Also, what we know
I was tested.
This is how Wolverine let down his entire world, according to TVA and to Paradox. Really, Personally, I think this Wolverine's world suffered from an incursion. And I think that's what we've been getting wrong in our videos about this trailer, is that this wasteland, filled with cameos and Easter eggs, is not the Void, the dumping ground of the TVA and Loki. It's really the aftermath of Wolverine's world after an incursion destroyed it. I wasn't really sure about this before, and I'm sorry for referring to it as the Void with such authority. I just always knew there was something off about it because the landscape is dry and dusty, whereas the landscape of the Void is grassy. Our assumption that it was the Void came from the sightings of Alliath, and the fact that both the Void and this wasteland are littered with meta Easter eggs. So let's remember what Alliath technically is, according to its remains in Loki's
capable of considering time and space itself. A creature you both know, Alliath.
There it is. Alliath is a creature formed from the tears in reality that consumes time and space itself. The fact that Alliath is colored purple could align with other MCU production design choices that depict tears in a fabric of reality with the color purple. Spider-Man No Way Home, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness when Leia tears open the portal, and the Marvels when Darvin rips open a hole into the X-Men universe that Monica Rambeau goes through. So Alliath, therefore, is not unique to the Void. Alliath can be anywhere an incursion happens. So I think we might need to stop looking at this wasteland and Deadpool Wolverine as the Void and therefore governed by the Loki TVA logic, and instead look at it as a post-incursion universe, a battlefield where one side has lost, something on the scale of the eroding universe of Sinister Strange and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. That was a surrealist New York with waves washing up on the streets and a field of bones leading to a broken Sanctum Sanctorum, but it did contain at least one meta reference. You might remember the floating yellow Oldsmobile Delta 88, the car that Sam Raimi puts in nearly all his films, is the car that Ash drives in The Evil Dead, and the car that Uncle Ben drives in the first Spider-Man.
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
You know how personal your ring can be. A lot of jewelry is for others to see, but there's something about a ring that makes it really nice for you to wear. Your ring better be something that really feels right, and nobody makes rings perfect for your personality quite like Gentle Bands. Gentle Bands has been using unconventional materials to make rings since 2017. Why make a ring from a plain band of metal when you can use an ancient meteorite, retired spacecraft titanium, or dinosaur fossils instead? And now Gentle Bands is a ring perfect for Marvel nerds, the Iron Will. I mean, even the packaging is cool. Let's take a look. I mean, look at that baby. Ooh la la. So the Iron Will ring is forged from a sleeve of tungsten carbide with an inlay of genuine iron wood, the two materials that are known for durability to withstand the test of decades. And I speak here as a Marvel fan. This is so cool. Iron Man was the movie that made Marvel into what it is today. I know it sounds cheesy, but I love my life, and I wouldn't have my life without Marvel. So this ring is really meaningful to me. And if you're somebody who works with your hands and you can't wear a ring, Gentle Bands offers this chain, so you can keep your ring close to you even when you can't have it on your finger. Gentle Bands is currently offering free engraving on all orders. So go to gentlebands.com and use the code NEWROCKSTARS to get a special 25% discount on your new favorite ring today. Now, looking at it this way could explain why most of those alive in this wasteland come from the Fox era. Universe 10005. Pyro, Toad, Lady Deathstrike, Sabretooth, Azazel, Callisto. In the background is the Golden Gate Bridge that would have been left over from X-Men The Last Stand. And of course, we see a version of Wolverine. We also have to realize that incursions are also nasty, and as such, the wasteland would be littered with stuff from other universes as well. The corpse of Giant Man, Red Skull, V16, Iron Man, and Tony Stark Hot Rod Paint Job, and of course, Rover Universe, the Central Nova as well. I just think the idea is that, without realizing it, Universe 616, and I'm calling it 616, but Universe 616 already won a multiverse war against another Fox X-Men universe. An incursion destroyed it, and its landscape was left strewn with the waste product anomalies that both universes didn't have room for. Characters who were supposed to have died in the Fox X-Men films, including Pyro, Lady Deathstrike, Sabretooth, Toad, and the rest, and other random off-brand MCU stuff like Dead Giant Man in the Iron Man V16. Alliath would be the byproduct of that incursion, whose job is to digest all of this waste. Normally, that process wouldn't take this long, but because these survivors survivors have a Cassandra Nova with them. They figured out this tool that uses a focus dish powered with the Bifrost that continually keeps their digestive system at bay, giving the multiverse chronic indigestion. So this shot of Logan in the wheat field with the monuments could be part of this post-incursion landscape, but I think it could also just be a separate moment for the film, either a dream sequence, or that haunting third act flashback, or like Cassandra Nova blasting him into the astral plane. So why is Wolverine blamed for this incursion, if incursions are just a natural death spiral of the multiverse? I think the way Wolverine let down his entire world was by dying. I think this third Deadpool film, for it to properly be a Deadpool and Wolverine movie, must explore what these two characters have in common, and that is a healing ability that renders them effectively immortal. While everyone dies around them, these two are supposed to live on and be eternal mourners. But in 2016's Logan, James Mangold broke that. Wolverine finally dies. Now, I think this movie isn't ultimately going to retcon that death, but it was such a powerful moment that made this X-Men universe vulnerable to incursions. Without their anchor, it didn't stand a chance against other universes. And yes, it does look like this movie is going to display that idea with an additional layer of meta context by suggesting that by losing Hugh Jackman Wolverine that was so deadly to the Fox X-Men franchise that all of 20th Century Fox got devoured by Disney in this incursion conflict. So when Logan died in that film, remember, he says, in this script, they included the words, a flicker of wonder, right at the moment of death. And Hugh Jackman conveyed that so perfectly. That flicker of wonder, I think, left the door open for something beyond this moment. And I think this film, Deadpool and Wolverine, is going to provide that something and make that death in the 2017 film matter even more to all of us. Now, I think we're going to learn that that death might have triggered an anomaly or a paradox where other fallen characters from Universe 10005 ended up in this kind of post-incursion wasteland with scraps of the Fox franchise and the MCU, and ultimately, according to the TVA, there should not have been this Left Behind pocket universe like this indigestion, but the wrong combination of leftovers were able to kind of get together and fight for survival, and it's all because a Wolverine out there dying created a paradox. Like Cassandra Nova, I think, is not the villain of this movie. Paradox is the villain. The mission of this movie is for Deadpool and Wolverine to prove Paradox wrong when he said that line. That
let's
Wolverine's
head
death
off.
in Logan didn't need to be reversed. It needs to be held up and honored and protected. Even if it means chunks of the multiverse continue to collide in a chain reaction that will eventually lead the battle world into Secret Wars. Comment down below with your thoughts on this movie. Follow me at Teyvat. Subscribe to all 3 channels on the New Rockstars Network for breakdowns and news coverage of everything you love. Thanks for watching.
Everyone is already waiting inside.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's join them!
Please, wait a moment. Before attending the meeting, I hope you can promise me one thing.
What do you need?
Promise me that you won't commit to anything too reckless.
What do you think?
Okay.
Hello.
Grandma, is King Deshret really gonna come back from the dead?
Oh, of course not. It's all a bunch of nonsense.
Time to go. Time to go.
Hello new Trailblazers, welcome to Honkai Star Rail. I'm going to be giving you guys a rough beginner's guide on things that I wish I knew when I first started playing Honkai Star Rail, mistakes that I've seen new players actually make, and my own personal recommendations on things that I think you should be prioritizing and doing in the game. Now if you guys do find this video helpful or enjoyable, do feel free to subscribe to the channel. We do upload frequent guide videos all the way following from what to farm at different Trailblaze levels, to personal character guides, you name it, the channel has it. So with all that being out of the way and being said, let us hop into the video. Alright, first and foremost, we're going to hop into Stellar Jades. Stellar Jades is pretty much your premium currency in Honkai Star Rail, which you are going to be able to spend on limited character banners and limited light cone banners. Now the limited characters do run for a certain amount of time, normally around like 3 weeks, 21 days. This current banner right here is going to be ending in a day and 17 hours, as well as their signature light cone, a day and 17 hours. The regular warp, the stellar warp, is a permanent banner. We call that the standard banner, which you do get additional rewards when you do wish on this banner 300 times. Now I've seen a lot
this
of
is way too big enough. Fuck.
Hey guys, it's Destiny, and today I'll be going over the top
I'm sad.
10 characters I recommend for new players in Honkai.
Hey everyone, it's Sevi. Honkai Star Rail has just released, and in this video I'm going to give you a rundown of the kits of every Star Rail character available on launch, including your main character and 21 playable characters, some of which you get for free, some you can buy in certain shops or events, or generally just pull from the wishing banners. However, there are also characters like Kafka and Qingyuan which aren't part of the launch but will come into their own banners in the future, so those aren't included for now. If you aren't yet familiar, each Star Rail character's kit is made up of their basic attack, skill, ultimate, technique, talent, which is like an innate passive, plus bonus abilities and stat bonuses. Each character can also have more depth through certain equipment in the form of light cones and relics, team synergies. If you aren't yet familiar Each Star Rail character's kit is made up of their basic attack, skill, ultimate, technique, talent, which is like an innate passive, plus bonus abilities and stat bonuses. Each character can also have more depth through certain equipment in the form of light cones and relics, team synergies, and unlocking their idolas, but for brevity, we'll keep this as a general overview of the characters. Also, thank you to Honkai Star Rail for sponsoring this video. So, if you haven't got the game yet, I have a download link in the description and pinned comment. With that said, here's all the launch Honkai Star Rail characters explained. Let's start with those whose path is the hunt. Now, if you don't know yet, paths are like your usual RPG classes, and they're a huge part of what determines a unit's role in your team. So for the hunt, these are DPS units that specialize in dealing massive single target damage. You can imagine they shine against the boss unit, but don't underestimate how they can still efficiently pick off enemies one by one, especially with speed effects. Anyway, let's check out our roster. Starting with wind user Dan Hung, our deadpan companion. Both his skill and ultimate focus on dealing single target damage, but he has ways of manipulating his own speed and his enemies. When his skill deals a critical hit, he can reduce his enemy's speed. Then, hitting a slowed enemy with his ultimate or basic attack deals more damage. Dan Hung also has a chance to increase his own speed when launching an attack. Combining these speed-related effects can enable him to attack quite frequently, thereby maximizing his damage. He also has a passive that increases the wind resistance penetration of his next attack, and if his HP is 50% or below, he's less likely to get hit by the enemy to keep the heat off his back and let him do his thing. Dan Hung becomes your default free-to-play unit for the hunt, but despite being free, he's definitely quite good as you progress through the story with the right buffs and investment. Next is Sushang, a 4-star physical unit. Her kit specialty revolves around triggering the sword stance effect, which is an additional instance of physical damage.
Welcome back, YouTube. So I've been playing Genshin Impact. Welcome back, YouTube. So I've been playing Genshin Impact for almost a year now. We're on day 348, and many people ask me, what is my day-to-day routine? What do I do on a daily basis? What do I prioritize? What do I farm? What do I do, right? So in this video, we're going to show off everything from the essentials. We'll be cutting it into categories, and I'll be timing myself as well. So the timer is in the top right to let you know how long it takes me personally to do them. So we'll be cutting it into essentials if you don't have that much time to play, what I would prioritize the most. After, if you do have a little bit more time to play, like say like 30, 40 minutes more, I'll be adding another category on what you should be doing then, and then I'll be showing off like what else I do when I play for like 6 hours a day and I stream over on my Twitch channel, all the other copium stuff that are not really necessary, but I do it anyways just to kill time, hang out, chat, all that good stuff. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel if you guys want to catch more uploads like this in the future. Feel free to give it a thumbs up, it does help with the YouTube algorithm. And let's hop right in. The timer has started. First and foremost, I'm going to switch over my party to a team that can kill things faster because we are going to mission hunting right now. The first thing that I do are commissions, and it's a shame that my commissions are over at Watatsumi Island. So first thing on the list that I would say is essential, finish up your 4 commissions. You can access them via F1, the handbook, and then just track them down. And this is the last one. So as you can tell right now, it's been 5 minutes and 45 seconds. We finished up our daily commission. So roughly about 6 minutes, give or take. If you guys can do more damage than me, then you'll probably finish a lot faster than I am. So finishing commissions was number 1. Number 2, after you finish your commissions and you turn in, if you need like friendship XP, make sure you're on your friendship team. But expeditions. So while you're here turning in your commissions, go ahead and just send out your characters on an expedition. I normally send 2 in Mondstadt for crystals, because crystals are more important. My Bennett is dead, so I can't actually send him out yet, unfortunately. In Liyue, I send out 2 more characters, 1 for crystals, 1 for gold. And then in Inazuma, I send out 1 for gold. So there you guys go. Number 2 would be turning in expeditions. Now number 3 on the list, that's most importantly, to do is spend your resin. So today I said we're going to be farming for my Kiching, farming for the weapon essential materials. We'll be trying to farm up a little bit of that. But number 3 on the list, spend your resin wherever you want. Personally, for me, I'm trying to get in the hang of doing ley lines, XP, or Mora. I'm leaning more towards Mora, so definitely make sure you spend your resin wisely, whatever you need. Alright, so right now I'm going to be using condensed resin because it's a lot faster. So if you are low on time and you know you're going to be doing this dungeon multiple times, I highly suggest using condensed resin. It's like getting double the drops, right? So we have 2 purples here, 7 of those, 10 of those. I probably need more to level up my Kitching. So I'm going to run the domain one more time. We'll use 1 more condensed resin, and then I should be set to go. And then you can just craft 2 more condensed resin with 80 resin after the fact, which will put us all the way back down to 60 resin, which we can use on probably a boss here, the Thunder Manifestation for Val, because we still need to level her up. And then maybe some other artifacts for, or weapon essential materials, because I think we need to ascend Mona's weapon too. So if you're definitely low on time, condensed resin can definitely save you time if you know you're going to be doing the dungeon more than one time for whatever drop you need. Artifacts, weapon ascension. Alright, so I'm taking a quick little break here, going back, crafting 2 more condensed resin, so I can get a total of 5. You can only hold a maximum of 5. Boom, 5 owned, 2 crafted. We should have like 40 resin left. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and do the Thunder Manifestation and finish that up for my weekly, or my boss for Val. Let's see, so we finished up our 3 things. Number 4 on the list, I would say, after you spent your resin, daily login. There's a website, I'll link it down in the description, where you can sign in every single day to get various rewards. Sign in, claim your daily stuff. Get that out of the way. Number 5, I would say, is go to your teapot and check in on things for Tubby, for your friendship, for the realm currency, your stuff right here, whether it be claiming or furnishing or gardening rather. 23 hours on that, so I don't really need to check on that. But check in on your teapot. It doesn't take that much time at all.
This road.
So right here we have trust rank 1300, almost capped on that. Halfway on the friendship. Make sure we have all of our members that need friendship. Boom, boom, easy enough. Go ahead and close out of that. Double check your realm depot. Make sure you don't need to buy anything. Normally I just buy out the Transit Resin Heroes Wit, etc. And I think that was everything. That was everything for the teapot. And now, the last thing on this list for the essentials, which I'm trying to rush right here because I want to get this done in 20 minutes because we have 5 minutes left. Go to Inazuma, teleport right over here, yeah? So if we head over during this direction, there is a daily quest that you can do. There's a daily quest that you can do, and you can do it 10 times a day. Any daily quest in Teyvat in Genshin Impact, you can do 10 times a day, but this is the fastest one to do. So right here in this little lip, this corner, we need to sign out, sign back in, and there should be a world quest that pops up that tells me to feed the dog. It's going to cost 1 fowl every time I do this, and you should be able to get friendship XP, a lot of Mora, like 10 to 15,000 Mora, and like some mystic enhancement orders. So it says friend of the animals, feed the puppy. You just run over here, quickly hit F, whatever it is, feed them, and there you go. You see on the left side, we got friendship XP, we got Mora, we got mystic enhancement orders. You go back to this little lip right here, and you quickly log out, log back in. You can do this up to a total of 10 times a day, and I would technically call this an essential thing, especially if you're on crunch time and you don't have much time to spend a day doing stuff. It's been 17 minutes, so I'm gonna teleport right over here. Yeah? So if we head over during this direction, there is a daily quest that you can do. There's a daily quest that you can do, and you can do it 10 times a day. Any daily quest in Teyvat, in Genshin Impact, you can do 10 times a day, but this is the fastest one to do. So right here in this little lip, this corner, we need to sign out, sign back in, and there should be a world quest that pops up that tells me to feed the dog. It's going to cost 1 fowl every time I do this, and you should be able to get friendship XP, a lot of Mora, like 10 to 15,000 Mora, and like some mystic enhancement. So it says friend of the animals, feed the puppy. You just run over here, quickly hit F, whatever it is, feed them, and there you go. You see on the left side, we got friendship XP, we got Mora, we got mystic enhancement, where you go back to this little lip right here, and you quickly log out, log back in. You can do this up to a total of 10 times a day, and I would technically call this an essential thing, especially if you're on crunch time and you don't have much time to spend a day doing stuff. It's been 17 minutes so far, and we knocked out all of our essentials. This is the last thing on the list, so I save it for last.
This will be a productive partnership.
The most mandatory thing I'd say, but it definitely does help in terms of getting you resources that you need. That was number 2 right there that we ended up doing, and then you just repeat this process all the way until you finish with number 10. And right here, the last one, we feed the puppy, and you can see on the left side we get rewards. That was the last 10th and final time. It took me 21 minutes and around 50 seconds to finish everything on the list. I'm not sure how long it took me to actually feed the puppy and do those 10 things, but I want to show you really quick, as it turns 22 minutes, what happens if you try and feed a dog one more time after the 10. Now this is just me demonstrating. I'm going to lose 1 foul for doing this, but if I go ahead and feed the dog after I fed for 10 times, you can see on the left side, I get no rewards. Not a single one. So there you guys have it. 22 minutes to finish all the essential things that you need to do on a daily that I would highly recommend for those of you who are short on time. Now we're going to transition into what else I do after I'm done doing my daily stuff. And hopefully we can finish all this stuff in less than an hour. So we have like artifact farming coming up, all that good stuff. Okay, so I have 3 other like non-essential things on this list that I end up doing because I have more time to play. So if you guys have more than 22 minutes to play Genshin Impact, then here you go. First thing on my list that I would recommend is artifact farming. And I have an artifact farming route somewhere up on my YouTube channel. I'll probably leave that video down in the description for you guys. But artifact farming is something I end up doing, and I don't really do all the artifacts. I know there's artifacts over here that I end up skipping. There's like 1 artifact down here I end up skipping. There's a bunch more in Inazuma now and stuff like that. But off the top of my head, I'm just going to go with all my normal artifact route. Again, video in the description, somewhere on the screen, all that good stuff. If there's not, then just wait until I update my artifact route. It should be one of the next few videos coming soon, so make sure you guys are subscribed for that. Because there's 2 new islands, there's more artifact spots and stuff like that, and you can only collect 100, etc. But yeah, I'm going to get my artifacts done with. I'm going to start the timer and see how long it takes me. I have double Animo in my party, so Kazuha Asayu, and I changed it to nighttime so I can run faster at night to speed this up. So I'll get back with you after I finish farming all my artifacts. And just a little counter, we're at 671 artifacts at the moment. And I do recommend farming these artifacts if you do have more time, because you can either use it for free artifact XP, which is great. You can level up like a gold artifact, like +6 or something, or you could sell the gold for like 30, 40,000 more. That's like saving you like 10, 15 resin or something like that. It saves you a lot of resin if you want to spend an extra like 10, 15 minutes getting this done. Okay, so let me pause the timer right here. We have 37 minutes on the clock. I think I started at like 22 minutes, so around 15 minutes of artifact farming, and we are at 770. I guess I missed an artifact or something. Obviously there are more artifact spots on the map, but I only spend like a little bit of time farming them. As long as you farm a little bit, that's good. That's better than nothing. And now I want to go through and put in around 100 of those artifacts that we got and just see how much more we end up getting back for them. Okay, so here we go. 100 artifacts collected. Let's hit destroy. 49,000 more. So in 15 minutes of farming artifacts, I almost got 50,000 more. That's the same amount as doing a ley line for 20 resin, which you could save that 20 resin and do an artifact domain instead and try and get better artifacts. So there you go. If you have an extra 15 minutes to kill and you want to hit up some artifact spots, 50,000 more is waiting for you every single day. 15 minutes. And there's obviously the interactive map you can use to farm, to look for artifacts. I didn't finish up my artifact farm. I still have a lot more here at Tartarusuna. I have like 2 artifact spots over here, 1, 2 right there. All the Tanuki gives you an artifact and stuff like that. You can spend.
Okay. Servers have reset or something. Oh, there's someone on YouTube. Hi. Oh, lol. मेरे को लग ही रहा था तू आएगा. What you eating? अभी वो Popeyes burger and Lay's खा रहा हूँ chips. Whoa. Discord पे हूँ by the way. Oh! Ah, नहीं. हाँ. दूसरा मैसेज आया था। पिस हाँ डिस्कॉर्ड पे हूँ ब्रो मैं। ओए स्ट्रीम वॉच, मैं जो स्ट्रीम इस पे डिस्कॉर्ड कर रहा हूँ वॉच कर मेरे को कुछ रिवॉर्ड मिल रहे हैं।
मैंने बैकग्राउंड में चालू रखी है।
नहीं ये वाली स्ट्रीम डिस्कॉर्ड पे जो कर रहा हूँ वो बंद कर दूँ, वहाँ देखने की जरूरत नहीं। थैंक्स वैसे आ जाइए। तो व्हाट्सअप कहाँ चल रहा है?
कुछ नहीं यार, एक इंटरव्यू था अभी वो फिनिश किया मैंने दो घंटे पहले।
कैसा गया?
ये देख इसका था। स्ट्रीम करूँ सेकंड मॉनिटर बढ़ा लिया।
कर रखा। क्रिकेट ओह कोऑर्डिनेटर
या
तुम मतलब क्या कोच की तरह?
यस फॉर 7 to 12 year olds।
ओह कैसा गया?
अच्छा गया। उसने बोला रेफरेंसेस मतलब हो जाएगा। उसने बोला रेफरेंसेस के लिए आई नीड इट, होपफुली हो जाएगा।
नाइस बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
मुझे अभी ये चेक लेना पड़ेगा वर्किंग विद चिल्ड्रन। हाँ ये लेना पड़ता है वरना काम
समझ गया।
$80 का है चोद।
ये क्या वो पीडोफाइल वाली की बकचोदी की जगह?
नहीं वर्किंग विद चिल्ड्रन मतलब मेरे पे कोई पहले से कोई क्रिमिनल केस तो नहीं है कि मैं सेफ हूँ बच्चों के साथ काम करने के लिए वगैरह। ये लेना पड़ेगा।
तेरे को पता मैं कहाँ अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ?
कहाँ?
एक सेकंड रुक।
इंडिया में आप वहीं कर रहे हैं?
टोरंटो में।
टोरंटो कहाँ पे?
मेरे को उसमें
Please speak to President Song.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Okay, yeah, fine. Not a lot of people doing this.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Hold that pose!
Oh, fucking hell, shit. I gave all the artifacts to her. Oops, yeah. I forgot. Cookie. Give everything back to mommy.
Quiver! Here's my knowledge! Right here, emerge! Ha! No, my sword! Ha! Witness the power! Nothing lasts forever. Right here, emerge! Flash! Floor into the shogun! Right here, right now. Emerge! Right here. Rain outlines your fate. I'm always let me weave you a verse. Right now, right here. Let's make her a little bit. Emerge. Roll. Make yourself at home. Strike. Hey. Right here. Oh, my sword. Right now. Time to act. No turning back. Time to act. Witness the power. This way through the little. A sight to behold. Emerge. Right here. I see everything. What a nuisance. Gaining flash. Right now. Right here. Emerge. Share my knowledge. Storm the front. Right now. Committed to memory. Nothing lasts forever. Yeah. Right here.
want some good ones for her.
Right now. Emerge. Hey! Rain. Strike! Mine's your fate. Right now. Make yourself a move. Emerge. Glory to the Shogun! Right here. Right now. Quiver! I'm always watching. Emerge. Right here. No, my sword! Emerge. Right here. Flash! Emerge.
Need to be better at dodging.
Sharing my knowledge. Right here. Right now. Quiver! Let me leave you. Emerge. Strike! Roll! No turning back! Nothing lasts forever. Don't bite off more than you can chew. I willingly yield. I am defeated.
Okay. That is sad.
I'm always watching. Emerge.
Yes, I should farm for these. I need 15 of these. $23 of these. I don't even have fucking this. That means it's farm time. Yeah, let's want this one.
What? The children. Me up. Never mind.
तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे देखना बंद कर सकता है. मेरे को मिल गया रिवॉर्ड.
Let them do as they please.
Thank you. और बता कैसी चल रही जिंदगी.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Transfixed!
Solidify!
Quiver!
Overruled. One with nature. Flash!
An impressive bounty. What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Gather!
Transfixed! Into the wind!
Stabilize!
Wind strata!
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion. greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
The wind knows me. Time to go. Follow the wind. Time to go. Brings a smile to my face.
fateful offering.
I follow the wind. Time to go. Into the wind. Time to go. Time to go.
Brings a smile to my face.
One with nature.
Laid bare.
Quiver!
Solidify!
One man's stone is another man's gem. Osmanthus.
Gather!
Overruled!
Into the wind.
Flash!
Solidify!
Transfixed! One with nature!
Strike!
The wind knows me.
Gather!
Quiver!
Solidify!
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion. greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
One with nature.
An impressive bounty.
Laid bare. Into the wind.
Stabilize.
Flash!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
I hear the children singing.
Solidify.
Transfixed. One with nature. Quiver!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Overruled. Strike!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Well...
Gather!
Into the wind.
Order guide you. Solidify!
One with nature. Transfixed.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?